Hey, yo. Get wrecked, everyone. Good morning. Morning, Patrick. Morning, Sarah. Morning, Fabian. What's going on? Hope you are all doing well. I've also got YouTube chat open if anyone's on YouTube. So don't stress. Don't stress. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing okay. I've got a little bit of a cold, so apologize for the snivels. But I didn't want to cancel, so I'm gonna have a very low energy crash out at the end of the stream probably. Last hour is not going to be very entertaining. But yeah, how's everyone? Everyone G? Everyone good? Everyone stoked? What? May I ask, are people now safe again on the streets with people holding the max limit? What's the max limit? The sun came out and you got a cold. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I got sick. Oh, regarding speeding limit for car, got you. Okay, may I ask, people safe again on the roads? Yes, exactly. I did the safe driving course. And yeah, it was quite funny actually. Little story time. I'll go back to the camera. Little story time. So you go on this course, right? You have to participate in the course. It's a 3-hour thing. You have to participate, like, to pass it. There's like 8 people in the class, right? And this is online as well. So to show your participation, every now and again, the instructor will like pick someone and basically just ask to show your notes to the camera. So you have to have your webcam on, you have to have a microphone, and you just kind of show your notes, right? So you're encouraged to take notes all the way through. And yeah, you're going to get put on the spot to like answer a question or, repeat back something that was said in that last section or whatever it is, normal, like just really easy stuff, right? Just take a few notes, show your notes every like 20 minutes. It's fine. And you'll pass. Job's good. There's one guy, he was attending the course, but he was on his phone and he was like laying on his bed. And I was just like looking at him being like, how is he taking notes if he's holding his phone and he's laying on his bed, Like, I don't get it. Anyway, the instructor picked on this guy first and was like, so what did you learn in the first, section of that? And he was like, nothing really. Nothing. He was like, okay, well, what did you write down? What notes did you write down? And he's like, I don't have a notepad. And the guy was like, well, you do need to participate in this course. And the guy was like, yeah, is it like a pass or fail kind of thing? Like, because I'll only do it if I have to kind of thing. And the guy was like, yeah, you have to. And the guy was about to say something else, but I think the instructor was just done with him by this point. So just ejected him from the call. And then he was like, right, does anyone think I was unfair for kicking him out? I was like, no. It's your course, boss. But anyway, now that guy's going to have to pay a fine and have points on his license and all sorts just because he couldn't pay attention for 3 hours. Clown. Fucking clown. Yeah. And 2 people almost got kicked out. There's like a break in the middle. We had like 15-minute break for a cup of tea and that. And the guy was like, okay, 9:45, you have to be back. If anyone's late, sorry, but I'm kicking you out. And it's like, it's 15 minutes, so you got enough time to do whatever you need. Anyway, these 2 people came back. He was just about to get rid of them, and they managed to like get back on in front of the camera, and they were both like, oh, I forgot what time it was. And it's like, Like, you're an adult. Like, figure it the fuck out. Like, it's a 15-minute break. Set a timer, or don't go, or whatever it is you need to do. But like, it's 15 minutes. Just like, grow up. So funny. Anyway, so that was the course. That was quite funny. Anyway, story time over. Let's go over to Photoshop. Yeah, done for speeding, late for awareness course. Obviously not going fast enough, my friend. Yeah, so that was that. The dentist was great though. My man studied the blade. My dentist man has studied the blade for real. He was very good. I'm a nervous dentist patient, and he was excellent. You know, he's explaining what he was doing the whole time, and yeah, he just made the whole thing much more enjoyable than it would have been. And he did a great job. So big dubs in the chat for the dentist, and big L's in the chat for speed awareness course participants. Morons, actually. Morons. All right. So yeah, last reminder. I do have the YouTube chat open, so YouTubers, if you're watching on YouTube, I can see you. You're being seen. Doesn't mean we won't bully you, but you are being seen. Good job, dentist. Yeah, exactly. All right. So today, I'm going to do a warm-up, obviously. Dagger for today. Today I'm going to do, it's not like necessarily a material study, but more just like using a couple of techniques that I thought would be kind of interesting to do. So it's going to just be like a sort of a dagger, a kind of normal dagger, but I'm sort of going to inlay a different kind of metal inside of the blade metal and sort of show you just some cool little techniques that you can use for that. So that should be fun. And then we will get back onto this. I had a bit of a thought about the kind of the witch. I'm going to do something a little bit different with her. I wanted her to feel a bit more like a sort of a final boss, you know, but also the sort of current pose where she's just sort of sat dormant like this, I feel like is not what I was after. So I'm going to have it that she's maybe kind of in the final position of being like slain from the last kind of fight, but that doesn't mean she's not going to reanimate, you know, round 2. But yeah, we're going to do something a little bit different with her, and then obviously we'll work on the lighting and stuff, because we're looking at, you know, concentrating the lighting a little bit more and pushing the background further back. Lots of atmospherics and so on. I'm going to cough. But yeah, we'll get onto that. So anyway, and yeah, all that. Damn son, look at this. Morning, Dan. How you doing? But yeah, all that. We'll get to this afterwards. So yeah, dagger. Gonna keep the kind of dagger shape fairly simple. Something kind of fairly symmetrical. Sorry. And then tomorrow's stream, final stream actually in the current time slot. I'm back to work next week. So the stream schedule will change. I haven't quite figured out what that's going to be yet. But soon as I've worked it out, you guys will be the first to know. Yeah, back to work sounds exciting. It's as exciting as work can be. Let's put it that way. Yeah, no, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. yeah, I'm looking forward to being back with my team. um, my team is what really makes it. Like, work's work, but I work with such nice people. Not only are they very, very talented, but they're just also a really great bunch. So they make it all very enjoyable. So yeah, I'm gonna do like a fairly simple dagger shape, but we're sort of gonna inlay a couple of materials together. I gotta get some water. Hang on. Okay, sorry. I'm literally gonna die. I'm going to die, everyone. If you need a 2D artist to take over the choring work, hit me up. What's choring work? Please don't die, it's against the TOS. I can't help it. I can't help it, I'm sick. Make sure it's clippable. Yeah, I'll make the death dramatic, for sure. For sure. Yeah, I'll be better by the time Monday rolls around. I think I'm just a bit run down. I didn't sleep very well, like Tuesday, Wednesday night, and then I slept great last night, but I think the damage is already done. You know, I've had lots of vitamins, drank lots of water, all of that. Okay, very simple dagger shapes today, but like I said, it's going to be a bit more complicated on the materials front. Okay. Sick. Yeah, very simple dagger. But so I've got this pattern, right? I wanted to do this kind of upside down cross kind of thing. So first of all, we gotta warp. We gotta warp this on. I love the warp tool. So good. Warp Tool MVP, by the way. MVP. Okay, so placement. Done. Truth. Exactly. Okay, so we're going to control click, select that. Okay, I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to make a new layer on top of the dagger. I'm also going to hide this, which is Control H. And I'm going to... Actually, it doesn't matter what color this is, so we'll do it like this for now. Or just this. Okay. So it's filled with a color. Alright. Then, going to double click the layer. Going to go on bevel and emboss. I'm going to set this to inner bevel. Chisel hard. Actually, let's quickly change the color of this to something like this, maybe. Just lighter for now. Just making it lighter so you can actually see what the settings are doing. So, yeah, we're doing bevel and emboss. Chisel hard. The depth is like basically how big that edge is going to be, right? So let's turn this up a little bit. That's this edge. This here is the angle at which the lighting's coming in at. Okay, so having the lighting come in from the back, something like back diagonal, something like that. All right. Highlight mode is on color dodge. You can, change the brightness of that. We don't need this like super bright. The shadow mode is on multiply. Okay, we can make that like a little bit lighter, a little bit darker, so on and so forth. We're going to hit OK. And then, well, this is where the difference between fill and opacity comes in, right? I'm going to turn the fill down. So I'm not going to turn the opacity down. If I turn the opacity down on this layer, everything's going to disappear. Okay, if I turn the fill down on this layer, it's just the grey shape is going to disappear, and it's going to leave the effect. Okay, but we knew this because I told you guys already. But just to reiterate, that's what's going on here. So the effect stays when you turn down opacity, but the fill of the layer disappears. Okay, so that's fine. This looks like it's going to be sort of embossed into the dagger, right? That's cool. But I want to go one step further than this, and I want to inlay a different metal on its own layer so we can do stuff with it inside of this. All right, so I'm going to make a new layer. I'm going to select the original pattern again by control clicking it. Okay, and then I'm going to go to select, modify, contract, and I'm going to contract this selection. In this case, I'll try 3 pixels and see what that does. But I can make it more, I can make it less. All right. So what this is doing is taking your selection and then 3 pixels all the way around. It's moving that selection inwards. So I'm going to do that, and you can see here if I zoom in, that was bloody perfect. So I've moved on the inside now. Okay, see that? And on this layer, I'm just going to fill it with something that we will turn into gold later on. This will work. So fill that. All right. Now if I deselect this, now you can see what's going on. We've got this layer here And then above it, I have another layer that is my gold. I could put it underneath, I guess. Yeah, that's probably better. But that's the what's going on here. So what this enables me to do now is I can clip layers to the gold, and I can clip layers to the silver, and that way I can sort of paint two different metals, one inlaid inside the other, and there's this nice beveled edge that we can play with as well. And I can also sort of change this as well if I'm looking at it and being like, well, maybe that could be a bit brighter, that edge, and so on and so forth. This kind of wiggliness on the edge is because I was using like a low res picture. I don't ultimately mind that because it looks a little less clean, and I feel like when this stuff's too clean, it doesn't look as real. That's just a personal preference. You do whatever you want. Alright, so now I can sort of paint on this one underneath. In here, let's get this cool ass brush. Go a bit lighter. This brush I really like for a lot of things at the moment, but it's quite good for this sort of brushed metal, kind of stainless steel kind of thing. A good way to start, I think, with that. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'll try not sniff into the microphone. It's one of my like pet peeves if I listen to a podcast and I can hear someone like swallowing or their lips going like anything like that. It kind of pisses me off, and I'm doing it. I'll be listening to something, I'll be like, close your fucking mouth. And then now I'm here being the goober's king. The boy's got no standards. Hell yeah. I ordered a jacket for my birthday. It's just arrived at home. Sick. Okay, I'm doing the same little bit of texture on the inside here. I swear, I'm gonna die, everyone. So as always, I like painting the texture before the lighting. That's the way we do things around here. Texture first, then lighting, profit, win. Yeah, so what I was going to ask, obviously I use 3D Coat to do my sort of 3D stuff. Um, just because it's a program that I'd started using a while back, and I just know relatively well. Uh, but I could uh, do a future stream basically where I show you guys how to use 3D Coat. Um, you could get the trial version of it, for example, um, and I could sort of teach you how to make a few simple things in 3D Coat to kind of get you understanding how the program works. But only if people are actually interested in learning that. If you're like, do you know what, I'm not going to use it, or it's not really something I'm into, then I won't. But if you think, oh, actually, I wouldn't mind learning, and so on, then I can do that. The other stream as well that I was thinking of doing at some point as well, once I have also kind of got myself more familiar with it, is how to set up renders in Blender. And that's something that I am learning at the moment. That basically at the moment I use Keyshot, right? But it's on another PC, and I have Blender on my laptop, so I would like to basically just do that, so I don't have to keep swapping over to my other PC. But that's also something that I can go over. So, just thinking of future streams, what people might be interested in, or what I'm interested in, and what I could show you. I guess it's not about what you want. It's not about you. So just putting a shadow under the blade. Hell yeah, it was to jacket, not sickness. Yeah, I got you. Don't worry. Don't worry. Smoothie. Oh yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I think um, I think knowing a little bit of 3D as an illustrator is always going to help. There are just certain things that are a lot. There are certain things that doing in 3D is going to solve some problems for you, and also just get you started in a good way. Especially for landscape stuff, I think it can just really help to sort of set stuff up. There are certain things that I feel like are kind of quicker just doing in 2D. But the advantages of having a little bit of environment stuff kind of worked out already, I think is pretty nice. It's kind of a little bit of free geometry always goes a long way. Yeah, I think for the most part you're better off drawing things like characters and facial expression, well, faces and that kind of thing. I think you can be a bit more sort of, you can get better gesture and feel for that kind of stuff overall in 2D. But yeah, I would definitely suggest using it for other stuff. To a certain degree, I guess you could get quite a lot out of it for certain props. Like I definitely have used 3D quite a bit for weapons, especially if they're kind of complicated designs, because you can get a really good handle on those in 3D space and then sort of fit them to your characters. I just noticed the perspective on the back of this is kind of wonky, but whatever, we persevere. It's a warm-up. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, you can use the demo version and just screenshot it. Yeah, to be honest, like that works really well. And you can render in 3D Coat, so and the rendering has got a lot better. There is a certain amount you can do in 3D Coat right now, which is more than enough. And you can even if you're screenshotting, you can still do something like a clown pass. Like you can just change all the materials to like a flat color and just, you know, do a separate screenshot, a separate screen grab, and you'd still have a clown pass and or an ID pass, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I do like the way that things look in Blender, gotta say. The renders, they do come out, that there's just a certain quality to them, which I really like. Okay, so I'm just selecting the silver, minusing the gold from it for now. Shing! That's what blades sound like. Ching! If you didn't know, research it. Yeah, I don't think there's much use being like a purist about using 3D or not using 3D for certain things. Like at the end of the day, when you're doing personal work, you do whatever. But I think you'll find a lot of the time, when you're doing client work and so on, anything that can save you a little bit of time and get you to like a spot where you can focus on the quality of what you're doing rather than trying to just get to a particular point, I think you'll start appreciating that stuff a little bit more. You know, at least for me, the more fun part of the process is like the very beginning when you set stuff up, but then the very end where you get to sort of polish it and pull it all together. And the more time you can have at that end point, the more time you're going to have to really push the quality of something, and that becomes really quite enjoyable, I think. I don't think there's any point spending so much time in the beginning just trying to draw something correctly in perspective that you could do in 10 minutes in 3D. It's not going to improve the quality at the end of the day. If it's correct both ways, right? You've drawn it correctly, but it took you like 3 hours, or you made a box in 3D and you just used that and you still get to the same point, but after 20 minutes, like, then use 3D. You're being silly. you're always going to want more time at the end to polish stuff. So just be smarter about it and use tools that enable you to get there. Um, look at James Gurney, for example, right? My man's old school. So, he uses clay maquettes and stuff like that. But that is essentially him using some 3D to get accurate refs and to be able to get to a point in his process where he can concentrate on the finish and the look of things, and not have to worry about whether it's correct or not. So okay, so now I'm looking at the gold on the inside, and I can sort of start to treat this a little differently here. And we're going to use, let's use a different brush. Oosh. There we go. There we go. And obviously you can use this kind of technique if you're putting like patterns in armor. You can use it if you're putting patterns on cloth, anything like that. And you can make it more painterly looking. Like at the moment, this kind of looks a little bit on the Photoshoppy side. But once you've laid everything in, you can paint into it. Why was the glow so much prettier when you changed the brush? Because this is how color dodge works, right? Where you have any sort of, like if I use a soft brush like this, where you have any sort of softness, halation, like on the edge here, this is what is being worked on when you turn off the transparency layer shapes. So you're getting the color dodging effect where you have transparency. So here, where it's solid, right, you'll see that this won't really change. But here, where the transparency comes out on the edge, that's what's going to sort of give you the dodge and dodge the color. So that's why it now gets this nice kind of orangey glow to it. So on this brush, for example, the texture of it is just kind of noisy. So it has solid parts, and it has more transparent parts, and it's those that are turning the sort of pinks and the reds and so on in here. So that's why this texture, I changed to this brush and do this, and you get a lot of this like little sparkly kind of feel to it overall. Yeah. So tomorrow, it is critique stream again. So if anyone's got any like work in progress stuff that they're working on, and they're thinking, yo, I could use a bit of a hand, a bit of help figuring this one out. I'm stuck, basically. Then please drop it in the Discord. First comes, first serve on these. I've got 2 to go over tomorrow already. It'd be good to have some more. If not, it's not the end of the world. There's I can get on with some other stuff. But I had blocked out tomorrow's stream specifically to do critiques. So if you want one, here's your opportunity. Does lowering the flow on the brush cause the texture to show up more? I've noticed a lot on your brushes have different flow settings. Yeah, you can mess with the flow. You can. I think what's actually affecting the texture though, is in the settings of the brush itself, like the texture settings. Some of them are just set to like there is a texture in the brush, but some of them are set to like pressure sensitivity and so on. So you're going to get more texture the harder you press on some brushes, for example. So for example, on this brush here, if I push hard, you don't get as much texture. But if I do like a really light stroke and I like layer up a few light strokes like that, it leaves a lot of texture. Nuclear Gabba Piet, thank you for the follow. Why do you have specular on the left part, upper on its opposite part? It looks good, but I can't figure out why. A2C, thank you for the follow. On the upper left part. Yeah, why do you have specular on the left part and upper on its opposite part? Looks good, but I can't figure out why. Where specifically? Here. Not really sure what you mean. If it maybe if you can point out where you mean exactly, and I can explain it. I wouldn't exactly say that everything on here is super correct. I can explain the current lighting situation though to a certain degree if you like. Maybe that will help. Here we go. So the dagger, if you like, has a center line that's like this. Okay, like this. And this side, if you like, hey yo, thank you, Sarah. That's much appreciated. You're very kind. I'm going to exaggerate the form of this so you can see. I'm dying. Right. Let's talk about this. So if you imagine one side of the blade, it's kind of folded in the middle, right? So this side of the blade is facing a bit more this way. This side of the blade is facing a bit more towards us. Okay? And we have a light source that is over here. Okay? This bit is going from flat and like beveling in this way. So this part of the blade is now facing more towards us, and this part of the blade is facing more this way because it's slightly beveled, right? It's been machined out. And then this is like thicker, like this, going this way. Okay? So this portion is now facing up that way, this portion is now facing up this way, and then this is facing a little bit more basically towards the camera at an angle, and so on. And then this back part is going to be like facing this way, facing this way. So when it comes to this light, obviously the light's coming here, and then it's being reflected up into our eye. Now, I'm imagining this light source is like fairly low down, right? So it's catching some of these edges. It shouldn't really be catching this one, but we'll do this in a second. So there's some of these edges that it shouldn't be catching so much. And then this, because this is facing a bit more towards the light, it's catching it at the apex there as it turns, and then it's flattening off, so it's not getting it so much. This edge here is facing that way. This edge here is facing that way. This portion of the form here also facing that way. I'd started putting in this fill light here, which is like, imagine a soft light from this side. So that's why this edge here is going to be reflecting a light. This edge here is going to be reflecting a light. And I'm going to sort of pick up a little bit of that light sort of on this as well. And then on a layer on top, what we're going to do is sort of paint into this as well to fix any like inconsistencies there. But yeah, as much as that is kind of complicated in that scenario here, I'm not worried about it being 100% correct in any way. Yeah, it's my warm up, you know. But hopefully that alleviates it. It's a good question, and yeah, sorry if it's like a bit confusing. I don't intend to confuse, you know. Hey, Graphcar, thank you for the follow. Man, we going follower crazy today. The great one. Jeez. Yeah. Also with lighting, you know, it's obviously it's good to be as correct as possible. Lighting is a lot more let's say in pictures we tend to just limit ourselves to a certain number of light sources, and so it sort of becomes a bit of an exercise in like you can figure out how correct it is. But in real life, a lot of the time we discount a lot of ambient light sources and just like reflections and so on. And therefore it makes like things in real life that just tend to have a lot more inconsistencies. There's just a lot more variables to deal with that make something look realistic. And we tend to sort of not have those when we render so much. We sort of tend to think, oh, I've got 3 light sources and that's it. But we don't tend to think about all the other stuff that's going on that affects that. So yeah, it can get a little bit confusing. I don't know if that made sense there. It made sense to me. I guess the real important thing is to not like egregiously do anything kind of crazy where you're like, oh shit, the light's going around corners here. Like that kind of stuff can get very confusing, right? But for the most part, a little bit of inconsistency here and there is not going to kill anything. Not a human ray tracer, you know? Just knocking these edges down. And I do like to go back into these things and sort of paint into them a little bit, kind of bring back some inconsistencies and, you know, a bit of extra texture and so on, because you set things up with selections and a kind of airbrush and stuff, and everything can start to look a little bit too digital, bit fake and digital, you know, like this is looking. Whoop. All right, we're almost at the end of the warm up. Warm up portion. Final Fantasy VII, which I really admire. Ah, yeah. This kind of reminds me of, yeah, like early CG renders, you know. It's got that kind of look about it. It's a bit too clean and so on, but whatever. Oh. Okay, let me quickly go on the camera while I save this. And let's think about what we're going to call this. Inlay. Dagger. I meant the remake art. They're very pretty accessories for weapons in the same light. Oh, I see. Yeah, I do like doing these warm-ups. They've been quite fun. All the daggers. It's good to like visit different materials and stuff like that, and just get a little bit quicker about the sort of shorthand, if you like. I think it's quite beneficial. Right, I'm just going to flick the kettle on real quick, make a very quick hot drink because my throat is dry. And then we'll get into the Ashen Witch. We'll talk a little bit about what I'm going to do on this. All right, BRB. I'll be 2 minutes. Almost there. Hi, Mel. All right, what's up? So, that was what I was going to talk about tomorrow. Because it looks like I'm going to have a bit of time tomorrow after paintovers, because there just isn't like loads of paintovers to do. So we could do a little bit of a tutorial about cast shadows, because I know it's come up a few times about cast shadows. And we could go over that. There's there are variables to cast shadows, right? That I think it's important to figure out, and I think a lot of people get confused as to like why some cast shadows will be soft at the edge or have like a double shadow. Why some cast shadows are really sharp, for example, and there's a few variables to that. That once you understand what those variables are, you can near enough work out what kind of cast shadow you should be, looking for in a situation. So we could go over that. I can sort of set up a little tutorial on that stuff. It's like I said, it's very simple once you know, but it's one of those things that in the beginning you'd be like, why? Why is this happening? You can look at two objects. I'm looking at like 3 objects on my desk right now. And, they appear to have different edges on the cast shadows. And you would think like they're all being lit by the same light, but why do some things have softer edges and so on? So we could go over that. Hey, Fabian, thanks, man. I'm actually so this witch here that is ashed into the chair. I'm going to try something a little bit different from this sort of sitting there pose right now, because it's not necessarily giving the impression that I wanted. I do want her to be dormant, but I'm sort of thinking that she needs to be a little bit more impressive. And that, there's a little bit more of a implied narrative. So I'm going to try something a little bit different. It might not work out. And we can always come back to this one. And also the lighting later. We're going to this is very rough, but I'm going to sort of refocus the lighting so that the light is coming in from some sort of opening or between, between something, and that it's going to sort of focus the light a little bit more on her and the throne, and that everything else is going to sort of melt into the background. This far background, we're going to have a bit more depth of field blur on it, similar to the foreground. So it's really just going to kind of refocus it, pull the attention exactly where it needs to be, and so on. But at the moment, light coming from James Cameron's submarine. Yeah, exactly. He's got a submarine in the ash. James Cameron's looking for it. James Cameron's actually down there looking for the rest of the Titan sub. So anyway, let's get rid of her for now. I've got my sort of initial sketch for the witch. I'm going to duplicate this and we'll use this as the kind of starting point. But what I wanted to do here is maybe have her, she's a bit more impressive. Maybe she's got like 4 arms kind of thing. And that it looks like she's been like speared to the throne. And like she's holding the spear. And that's kind of, kind of frozen her in the ash. And that's kind of where she's at. And imagine it's like the boss room, right? So you get the cinematic. You've been walking through these fields of ash and bones, and then out of the ash and bones, you start to see the throne, and you see the spear, and then the player character would like, pull the spear out, and then that's going to start the boss fight. The witch is going to come back and body your ass. So as with most things on this image, like I started with just this brush, right? It's got quite a nice little texture to it. I really love it at the moment for doing this kind of thing. It implies a little bit of form, but it's got a little bit of noise to it that just makes things feel a little bit more finished than they are, but a lot quicker. And then the technique I've been using for this is like once I like kind of the shapes, I take a smudge brush and I hit the edge of these shapes. And this is giving me a soft edge, a turning edge. And this is creating a really nice fold kind of feel, softer edge. So I've been doing this quite a bit with the ash piles. But also, on the witch herself, this is what I've been doing. And it's just quite effective at getting an instant form to read. So I like it for that. But anyway, let's see how we can go about this. And I use a hard eraser for this as well. So, yeah, that's that. So yeah, I was asking in my Discord the other day about Does anyone use any? I'm not even really sure what the right terminology is, but sort of organization tools for, okay, like working out like narrative or certain things for a project. Some people have recommended something called Obsidian, which I'm going to look into. But yeah, I'm thinking about trying to organize some information together about like a personal project that I want to undergo. And I've never kind of really organized anything in that way before. I would just like something that I can collect together my ideas, and also if I do sort of put down any sort of narrative ideas and like connect them together, that maybe I'd want to see that sort of more visually. A bit like having a notice board and putting string all over it. You know? But I feel like I need some kind of organization for that. I currently have a notebook that I put this stuff in, but it's not very, stuff on separate pages, unconnected. It's just visually like not very helpful for me to get an overview of things. Whoa. So, yeah. And the other question is, has anyone ever sort of put together any sort of narrative stuff and used a kind of a structure, like a sort of I guess like a creative writing structure or system for building a story? I'm ultimately not that interested in like writing a story, but I think I need to sort of collect some of my ideas together as if I was writing a story, to better understand what's happening. So, and obviously if no one actually knows, it's like not anything that anyone knows about, don't worry about it. You were like, listen bro, we just draw pictures, all right? And I'm with you. I also am on that boat. I'm trying to make my pictures mean something. I'm looking for meaning. Okay. You watch me die in real time. So I don't know if you can sort of see what I'm trialing out here, but I'll do it in red over the top. So head of said witch here, like one arm kind of slumped down over here, and the other arm here will be holding onto the spear that she's been stabbed with. Then this arm can be doing the same. This one then be slumped over the throne that way. And we got leg out here, and then another leg under some drapery, and this will probably go, something like this. That's the idea. Some sort of thing. Just looks a little bit kind of grander. A bit more like a sort of a final boss that you would expect here. Because the idea here is that this witch is a bit of, the final boss, I thought before she just kind of looked like she was just sat there, like, just waiting. Like, well, I'll just wait here for the... I'll just wait here for the fight to happen. It's like it didn't look that cool. TBH. Well, it looked cool. It just didn't look like I thought it should, So yeah, we had quite a few new followers today. So just to let you know, I have a YouTube. The link to the YouTube is on the about section of the Twitch page, and that YouTube link will take you to a playlist where all of the streams are. So there's currently 24 episodes on that playlist, and yeah, there's lots of tutorials and critiques and all that good stuff in those episodes. So if you're looking for something to listen to while you're working and so on, there's a lot of information in there that you might find helpful. And also, yeah, they're about 4 hours long, so they're the sort of thing that you can stick on in the background and just like tune into when you hear something interesting that you want to know about. And I cover lots of stuff to do with illustration, lots of tips and techniques, tutorials, and so on. And yeah, we chat about industry stuff, and all that kind of goodness. So if that sounds like your thing, then click on it. Go look at it. Grab the playlist. Share it with your friends. Whatever it is you kids do. And of course, if you do have any questions related to either to what I'm doing or you're just like curious about something, let me know. I'm all up for being distracted and talking about something tangentially related. So if there's some kind of thing that you're like, how does this work, or so on, just ask and maybe I can help. Jesus. I can't pronounce your name. Sorry, I'm so stupid. Hello, boss. Hello. Welcome. And thank you for the follow. And hello, Felix, as well. Cool frog licking its own eye emoji you got there. So there we go. That's all the advertising out the way. Did you start with any 3D for this piece or purely painting? Yeah, there was some 3D. In fact, let me see. I can show you. Most of the 3D is like pretty much untouched in here. It's just been painted like over. So yeah, we're looking at something like this. Was the 3D base? Oh, there was a throne in here somewhere. There's one bit. But yeah, very basic model. something I threw together in 3D Coat. Um, and yeah, it's really really simple. Nothing spectacular on the modeling front. So yeah, there's a little bit of like texture and stuff that you'll sort of pick up from that render. That it's sort of rendered in this like concrete material initially, which kind of looks like ash, which I was looking for. Um, but I do the renders low res, and then obviously as I paint into them, uh, they become sort of less and less obvious, if you like. So stuff like this ground is all, cracked ash and painted. And a bit later on, when we sort of refocus the lighting on this, it will kind of knock a little bit more of that detail out. And essentially just more and more, it will get a much more sort of painterly finish of it overall. For example, let's open up this one. Because this one we did similarly. So this one that we finished a few weeks ago, the sort of hut in the middle was 3D, but everything else is painted, and the hut got painted onto as well. So now everything has a very similar surface finish, but you can sort of barely tell overall. Yeah, and it's just nice and quick method. This one is mostly painted though. The hut is the only thing that is 3D. Everything else is painted on this, the trees, and so on. And I was setting up another render for something that I'm going to start soon as well. So this is something I intend to start working on soon, and this is just a test render from 3D Coat. But I'm going to re-render this in Blender, I think, just to try it out. But 3D Coat did a really nice job actually of with its kind of fog layer and stuff. And this is very rough geometry, but it's kind of all I need to paint into. Yeah, this is. I'll talk about this another time because it's not time. It's not ready. But yeah. Oh, there's a coral reef. Yeah, the idea for this. Actually, I'm not going to talk about it yet because it's Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a kind of what a personal project for myself is going to be, and how I can link a lot of these images that I've already done on stream kind of together more under a narrative, and so on. So are these personal works or commissions? This is all personal work, yeah. Yeah, the stuff that I do for work is NDA, so I cannot show any of that. And I don't really do any environments for work either. While I do sort of paint some environment stuff, I'm not an environment artist. Like I generally do character based, sort of character based artworks, splash art, multi-character sort of marketing artworks, that kind of stuff. The environments and stuff is something that I enjoy, and I'm kind of learning more and more, and doing as personal work. But yeah, my actual work isn't really like that. Even the style of these is like different to, I guess, what my usual style is. But as you get kind of more senior, and you're sort of in the territory of being like a senior illustrator or senior artist, and above, you have to be able to sort of adapt to different styles and work in doing stuff that actually isn't, the style in which you would tend to do things by yourself. You have to be quite adaptable and figure out the style of a project and adapt to that. And yeah, you need to be able to do that as a senior, and above. Especially if you're working in outsourcing, right? You're rarely going to be put on a project that is like your style. It's great if that stuff matches up, but 9 times out of 10, you are having to accommodate and learn a particular style, or even create a style for a project. So, yeah, you got to be able to do quite a few different things. I've seen some of your stuff on Twitter. It's very, very good. Hey, thank you, Felix. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm starting to dig this design a little. I say this every time, don't I? I'm like, oh, I'm going to change it. And then I'm like, oh, yeah, I kind of dig it. Well, I do, all right? It's feeling more suitable as sort of uh, a final boss in her arena. I am more and more as well. I do really like working in this way where I start with a solid brush, um, and sort of try and build up the larger shapes uh, in a way that doesn't let me hide so much. Is it underwater or on land? Yeah, it's it's meant to be in like a. Imagine this whole area is just covered in ash. But the way that ash kind of forms on stuff, especially if there's like wind and so on, it does have this really like weird softness to it. It's kind of like snow, but it's not. It's not. It doesn't have the like specular reflection that snow has. Um. So yeah, it's quite nice in that way. Stare. What does all that mean? Get out of here, Mel. uh oh. Listen, Mel's an OG. Mel's an OG stream enjoyer. Mel's been here since days gone. I tell you. Mel's been holding it down for Team Heath for probably 7-8 years. You pick the wrong person to mess with. Yeah, exactly. Mel's kind of like Bruce Willis in 12 Monkeys. Sent back from the future to part like plan the path of the virus, but it ended up just getting distracted on Twitch. You've seen iPhone 33. 12 Monkeys is a good film, by the way. Showing my age with the 12 Monkeys reference. Some of you are probably like, what the fuck is 12 Monkeys? And you'll look it up and you'll look at the trailer and you'll be like, this is an old ass film. But it's a good film. Bruce Willis. It's got Brad Pitt in it when he was really young. Brad Pitt's character's kind of quite funny. He plays like a really insane dude. It's like, you've not really seen a character from Brad Pitt like that before. I don't think I've seen that one. Yeah, 12 Monkeys is a lot of monkeys. The film actually has nothing to do with monkeys either. It's good. It's worth a watch. It's got time travel. Is your friend in like South Africa or something? Does he work at the zoo? Southeast Asia. Oh, nice. Well, rip internet, I guess. I was once, I would have been about 16. Went on holiday with my dad to Kenya, and my brother and I were on the beach, and we sprayed lots of monkeys on the beach with water pistols, and we dug like a little fort in the sand, and then just spent the day basically like spraying monkeys from this fort with water pistols on the beach, as you do. Anyway, the resort place that we were staying at, they had like these covered walkways that went back from the beach to all the apartments, and the apartments were like little round buildings that had maybe like 3 floors and a balcony on the back for each room. So there's like 3 balconies on the back. Anyway, we after being at the beach, we like went back to get changed. Then we went and like met my dad for dinner. And then when we came back from dinner, our balcony, not anyone else's balcony, but mine and my brother's balcony, was absolutely covered in monkey shit. And they'd like smeared it on the windows. They'd like ripped our towels. Our swimming trunks were like thrown off the balcony. And they just completely destroyed mine and my brother's balcony, but no one else's. And yeah, essentially the monkeys had like followed us back at the end of the day and seen that we were on that balcony, like putting our towels out. And they got revenge for being sprayed with water pistols all day. How crazy is that? So there's 12 monkeys, yeah. Yeah, so don't piss off the monkeys, you know. They don't play. They don't play. Okay. So let's get El Smoojo brush. El Smooge brush. Let's get him out. Let's get him out here. Sorry. Apologies for the sniffing. Okay. Well, I'm just going to duplicate this quickly just in case I mess it up. Let's get the smudge brush. Put a bit of form on this boy. Get him looking all 3D and that. Yeah, smudge brushes can be a bit weird. Sometimes they I've had some that are just really bad and they don't work how I want them to. This one is not too bad. But yeah, sometimes they just do things not how I'd expect them to be doing them, and then so I haven't used them for a while. But this one has come in handy recently. I'm basically just hitting some of these edges with the smudge, and this kind of turns them. Get a bit of like free form going, basically. I actually liked the dress part of the bottom of that one, so I might use that for that. Actually, probably wouldn't see that. It'd be occluded, I think. She feels a little bit more epic now, I think, than she did previously. So bit of color to it. Yeah, feels a little bit more bossy, right? Bit more dormant, at least. Nah, get out of here. Okay, so Peekaboo. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Come on and sit on down. Take a load off. Thank you. The drawing looks amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very kind. Okay, so let's hide that selection. I've been lurking. Okay, getting your lurk on. Nice. Well, I appreciate the lurks. Uh, Kesamaya, thank you for the follow. Damn, Thursday's the day, isn't it, for the followers? Thursday's the day. Okay, so I've got a multiply layer over the whole image right now. And what I am doing is painting into the mask of that to basically introduce a kind of a stronger light source from the same direction that the light source is coming in the render, but it's just a lot more contrasty. And I'm sort of building up from this a little bit of an idea of like more of a focal point in the image, and then I will sort of continue to work into that from this point. Too much saturation on everything. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that need to be controlled. In that sense, it's definitely something that, unchecked, I also am a bit of a saturation demon. So in a lot of these recent explorations, I've been trying to do kind of much tighter value ranges and much more restricted palettes. And so on. But like as with everything, it does take a little bit of conscious effort to not do. I'm quite into just making things like quite saturated and overall kind of sparkly, you know. But if you're aware of it, it is something that you can kind of start trying to fix. True, just put less. Yeah, just don't do it. Sorry, sniffing. So I'm just bringing back a little bit of lighting further back. I'm flattening the values a bit further back here. Whoa. Soften this down. So it's really quite somber and moody. Get very, very controlled, like, value range, you know. Was thinking about sending you a painting for critique tomorrow. Which channel do you want it in? If you stick it in the Critical Crits channel, I think it's called Critical Crits Thinking Lol. Stick it in there, and I'll grab it. But yeah, nice. We got one more for tomorrow. Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know what we're talking about, tomorrow on stream, I'll be doing critiques and paintovers for viewers. So if you would like to have your work critiqued, looked at, painted over by myself tomorrow, then be sure to put it in the Discord, and I'll do that. It's first come, first serve. I will aim to try and get through all of them, but if there are too many, I obviously won't be able to. So first come, first serve. I have a couple already in my mentoring Discord, and obviously I have this one now from Deep Frills. So we got 3. I think we managed to do 8 last time in the entire stream. So there's still a few more spots available for that. But yeah, if you want that, then please do it. Do it. Also, when you post them as well, it's quite helpful for me if you just write a couple of sentences about either stuff that you were struggling on when you were working on it, stuff that you want help on, etc., and maybe what the intention is behind the image overall. And that way, I can help you a bit better. If I have a clear understanding of what it is that you were trying to do, I'm not going to sort of make the wrong assumptions about the piece from the get-go. So yeah, help me to help you. Give me the context for what you're trying to do. And yeah, and be a good sport, be a good sport. But yeah, we can cover a lot tomorrow. If anyone's got any, specific kind of technique or tutorial type questions that you want me to cover, also let me know. You can let me know like what that is now, and I can see how I can maybe fit that in or kind of come up with a little lesson on that. I think what we'll try and do as well is cover like cast shadows tomorrow. Is something I want to go into. I see a lot of people getting quite confused about cast shadows and kind of, yeah, that kind of thing in general. So I'd like to be able to help out there where possible. Do you think this kind of art style is doable / works on Procreate in terms of the system itself? I feel Clip Studio, Photoshop have more tools, or maybe I'm just not very good at understanding Procreate. I have used Procreate a little bit, But I've really only kind of mucked around on it. I haven't tried to do anything like this on there. So I honestly couldn't tell you whether it's possible or not. It seems to have a ton of functionality and tools though. So without knowing, it seems like it should be plausible. But I guess someone who uses it would be able to tell you. Would be able to tell you. I'm just trying something out quickly. Oh, God. I'm actually dying. I'm dying. Sorry. Give me a second. My body just won't let me live. Okay. I'm trying to live. Just let me live. Oh, nice one, Sarah. That's good to know. Yeah, I was under the impression that you can do quite a bit in Procreate. I know people like that just work on it. So there's definitely a lot of functionality, but as for the specifics, yeah, it's not something that I know about. Commissar, what's up? How you doing? This is looking really cool. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'm sort of getting to the point with this one where it's like I might just flatten it down now and paint on top of it. Where is that? Where are you? Indubitably, sir. Okay, let's flatten down all of this background. Merge. We'll separate out the ground from that. Via cut. Okay, ground separate to background doodles. Let's duplicate those for a sec. Filter gallery. So really apologize for the body noises. So there is this handy filter in here called Paint Daubs, and you can sort of see what it's doing here. If I turn the brush size down, you'll see. But basically, it sort of turns your layer into brush strokes, right? And you can choose the size of the brush, and the bigger the brush, the more simple that stuff appears. And I really like this for, essentially, if you want to like blur something, but the image is going to have like a painterly finish to it, instead of using like Gaussian blur, which just does a very sort of even, soft blur over everything, instead I like to use either this Paint Daubs filter, which does something like this. Okay, so you see that's what it's doing to this. It was this, and then Paint Daubs does this, right? And then let's duplicate this again. I'll show you the other way of doing this. Both have a slightly different look, and it's just depending on what you're looking for. The other thing you can do is to go to Filter, Noise. Filter. Where is it? I'm going mad. Yeah, sorry. Filter, Noise, Dust and Scratches. And this does a similar thing, but you'll see the difference. So I can choose the radius of this, and you'll see what's going on here. Basically, the bigger the radius, the more simplified it gets. Okay. So if I choose something like this, so this is what it looks like as Paint Daubs. You see, it kind of has these kind of edges, but it sort of simplifies the inside, but you keep a bit of sharpness, right? And then this is what it looks like if you use Dust and Scratches. Okay, you retain a little bit more information, and it just looks slightly different. And these work functionally quite well as a way to blur things in the background within a painterly image, and this is how you can sort of get rid of something feeling 3D. And it gives you a nice little surface to paint into with brushes. So, you know, now some of these edges that are kind of hard, if I use like a more painterly brush like this, and you know, paint these edges in, it's just going to integrate this a lot nicer than it would have been otherwise if I just blurred a 3D image, and it enables me to take something like that was initially 3D, make it feel painterly, and give me a surface in which I can paint into, and the fidelity is going to be kind of matched to everything else. So there you go. Leo Val is raiding with a party of one. Thank you very much. I had at least 2 other lurkers, but I don't know where they got lost. Hey, no worries. I appreciate it. Either way, thank you very much. Party of one. I need to catch up with filters. Yeah, I honestly, I really don't see many people using them or talking about them. And like, I've always used them. When I first started learning Photoshop, I was at university and I didn't look at any tutorials or anything. Like, I just started mucking around with the program, and some of the filters and stuff was like some of the first things that I came across. And so, yeah, I've always kind of messed around with them. And there's loads of stuff that you can do with them that I think is just like often overlooked. And because they haven't really changed those filters for years and years and years, they've either get forgotten about or people like, oh, whatever. They're just like old Photoshop things. But they're quite useful in a pinch to do certain things. Like this paint daubs or dust and scratches filter kind of method is really nice way to, once you've prepared a surface, you know, whether it's in 3D or you painted over it and such, it's a really nice way to consolidate that information and give you something to paint on. And like now I can paint into this with something that has a bit more kind of brush stroke finish to it, and it's going to basically appear entirely painted by the end. So anything like this that kind of looks like, oh, this is 3D with a bit of painting over the top and it doesn't quite fit together, it will do once I've finished with it. And it's again super quick. Like, we have painted on this image for 4 hours. This is so it's and the 3D and the rendering took about an hour. So it's a 5-hour picture at this point. And if I was doing this from scratch in 5 hours, we wouldn't be at this point. So just to put that into perspective for how much time that is, it's not even a day's work, you know. And if I was working on this without streaming, as in like was able to just like completely focus on it, I could have finished this in a day, or at least like finished it up to the standard at which I'd be fine to post it. Maybe because I got time and no true deadlines and love to paint for painting's sake, but I can recognize they seem to be very practical and time saving. Yeah, I mean, I've got work brain, you know. But also I like getting to the point in the painting where I can really think about the finish and the way that it looks overall. And the quicker that I can get to that point, the more time I have to spend like making it look cool and working on the finish of it and so on. And that's the bit I really like. Aside from the initial like conception of the idea. So I just like to give myself as much time there. And I know what I'm like. I get bored of things, right, very quickly. So if I can get to the fun bit quick, I can spend a good few hours at the fun bit, and then by the time I'm ready to move on, it's kind of at a point where I'm like, okay, well, I'll leave that there. What the hell? That's super fast. I think you. Yeah, I mean, you just get quicker the more you do things, right? I wish I could be that fast. Yeah, we were talking about speed the other day, but speed is something that will naturally come with the experience and knowledge that you gain from practicing, you know? I wouldn't worry about speed in and of itself. I think you naturally become very quick over time just from the experience of doing stuff. So as long as you're practicing and working on things that you don't know, as in like you're working on things that you don't understand and trying to improve, you will naturally just get faster and faster and faster. And the speed isn't necessarily a problem. Like by the time you are at a point where your skills are good enough that you're, able to take on a job and not struggle with it, and so on, like you will be fast enough to do the job. Like there isn't really a world in which you're amazing, but you're so slow. I've never seen it personally. So I wouldn't worry about the speed. I know a lot of people get kind of hung up on speed early doors. They're like, oh, I'm not fast enough. But you're not fast enough at the moment because there are things you don't understand very well, and there are things that you need to practice and work on. But once you have those fundamental skills kind of learnt and in a place where you can do them without really thinking about them so much, you are already going to be fast enough at what you're doing. So I wouldn't worry about it. Wow, the witch is showing skin now. Scandalous. Yeah, Danny, what's up? Yeah, it's a scandal, the whole thing. It's sexy. Sexy witch. I know and can see that. Yeah, painting things fast doesn't mean not enjoying them. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, practice is key. Never give up. Never give up. Speed will also come when you have managers telling you it needed to be done yesterday. Yeah, it's true. But I don't know. You build speed naturally, I think, by improving. It's not something I think you need to work on individually. Things that slow you down are coming across challenges and things that you don't understand, right? Painting something you've never painted before, or encountering issues with, say, like the perspective of something or understanding something in that way. So in that sense, you are only going to be quick once you have a certain amount of knowledge under your belt already, and understanding of techniques and so on. So, if you are unable to do things in a timely manner, it's because you don't understand certain things, and therefore you just have to be obvious about, looking at your work and understanding, like, okay, I clearly don't understand certain things that I'm struggling with on illustrations that mean that this has to take 5 hours to do this particular thing and not 1 hour. If you can be honest with yourself about those things and find out what they are in your process, and then specifically target them by doing certain studies to help with those things, you will get faster at that thing, and eventually that won't be what's holding you back time-wise. And you just you have to paint loads to figure out what those things are. You know, you might be doing something, you do a painting and you realize like, oh man, I struggle so much with the perspective that it's like eating up all my time, or I get to the certain point in the illustration and realize it's not right, and then I have to like undo so many things and etc etc. Well, you know what to do at that point. You need to do some studies. You need to understand those things that you don't currently understand, and that's how you will build up like a better understanding and eventually like a faster runtime. But you can't train getting faster without having the underlying skill, because all you're doing is just doing something wrong faster at that point. You're still going to come across the issue and probably compound it even more so because you're rushing. So don't rush. Just figure out what it is that you don't know and study it directly, and then you will be faster. I've found that the things I'm the fastest at are usually when I have a good workspace figured out too. My brain gets cluttered when my workspace is cluttered, so I clear out some tabs and tools that I know I don't use. Yeah. And I think it definitely helps. I when I was working at home especially, I did my best work when my apartment was tidy. Like having that clean atmosphere and just like no distraction in the back of my mind where I'm like, man, my apartment is disgusting right now, you know? So, and that's the same here, like at my studio here, that my desk is nice and clear. And it just means I can focus. Yeah, I mean, perspective is so important because it underpins everything, right? If you understand perspective well, then you know the people that you draw are going to be in the right perspective, and then because of that, you're able to understand lighting better because now you can properly understand which direction the lighting is coming from, which direction forms are facing, and how they're like rolling off, and therefore you can light things better. And then because you know how to light things, you can actually then render things properly because you can understand which way those things are facing, therefore which value they should be, and so on and so forth. Like perspective basically underpins all of that stuff to a certain degree. People often ignore it because it's kind of challenging and, you know, probably a little bit more boring. But it is the number one thing that I see when I look at portfolios of people is that black belt art, thank you for the follow, their perspective is really off, and then that kind of has a knock-on effect to like everything that they're doing. And I'm not saying that as a person that is absolutely amazing at it at all. Like my perspective is off sometimes, and that impacts my rendering and so on, and my drawings and such. But it is something that I practice a lot as well. But yeah, it is the number one thing that I see is like perspective being off. Speed is the product of proficiency. That is a very nice and succinct way of putting it. Yeah, that is basically what I was trying to say with the word salad. But yeah, that is it. I need to remember that. Speed is a product of proficiency. Yeah. No, very true. Very true. Do you have any recommendations on books about perspective? um, do I? I I didn't really learn perspective from a book, so I can't really say um, if there are any good books on it. I know most likely uh, any of Scott Robertson's books would probably go into it quite a bit. But I think the way that I had learned perspective was through like practical exercises at university, because I did product design, and part of product design was technical drawing, and that is all perspective. So we just learnt from the beginning, like plotting perspective out on a large piece of paper on a drawing table, that kind of stuff, and then over the years just keep revisiting, trying to understand things. I also think that I learned quite a bit about perspective from using 3D software and just messing around in 3D software quite a bit. You get kind of an eye for it from that. And also using programs that have perspective tools in to help you guide you in the beginning. So I like to use a tool called Pano Painter. This program. It's opened up on my other screen. Hang on. I like to use this program to sketch in because it's got very nice perspective tools in. But essentially, drawing in this is really nice. If I'm thinking about, I'm seeing this person from below, because I have the guides sort of set up in here, I can much better think about orientating this person in space. Because of this, this person is going through the floor currently, but we'll say they're floating in the air. Do you know what I mean? Because the guides are here, I can relatively work out where they are in space, where I'm looking at them from. So I think this helps a lot as well. Doing stuff like this. Also studying from photos. Really good little exercise that you can do. Hang on, I'm missing loads on the chat here. Bramus, drawabox.com. Exactly. And hello, welcome. I'm self-taught artist. I feel like my struggles all come from not understanding perspective. Yeah, exactly. No matter how hard I try, my perspective doesn't seem to improve much. Gone through so many books and courses over the years that I only get it right drawing from life. I think you need to draw from life a lot in the beginning to learn perspective as well, because you have to figure it out visually yourself from what you're looking at, and I think it really helps. Something I've found from photos is that it can be really difficult to not just copy what's in the photo instead of like really thinking about it. And I think in the beginning you really have to be thinking about it to work the stuff out, and so on. Grinding boxes and putting them into perspective is the key. Yeah. Practice is better than theory for this stuff. I agree in this case. Do you ever work using physical medium? Yeah, I have a sketchbook. I draw in the sketchbook a lot, and that is where I will form a lot of my ideas, even if they're like very, very rough and so on. Um, drawing drawing physically, I think, is very helpful. And yeah, I learnt physically, and it does transfer over to digital pretty well. Uh, you seem to have a lot of old work in your portfolio that seemed kind of bad compared to this work. Everyone always says to delete old stuff. What's your take on that? Yeah, I don't really delete anything from ArtStation. Like, I don't even really use the ArtStation to get work. Like, most of the work that I have got from for years ago, really, has all been recommendations from previous people that I've worked with, or previous companies that I've worked with, getting back in contact and so on. That the stuff on ArtStation is really just a place where I like store kind of old personal work, really. For the most part, there isn't much client work there. There's just like experiments of stuff from up to like 8, 9, 10 years ago. So yeah, I don't really use it like a portfolio in that sense. If I'm ever applying for something and I send work, like I will just be sending 5 or 6 pieces in an email. I won't be like, hey, you should go look at my ArtStation, because there's just loads of old shit on there and so on. Also, like, I think portfolios are kind of overrated in a way. I wouldn't hire someone without testing them with some work. Like, your portfolio is kind of quite misleading. A lot of times you can't really trust a portfolio, not because the person is lying. It's just that when you make work for a portfolio, it isn't the same as having time constraints, feedback, and kind of a disrupted schedule that you get from waiting for feedback and working in a team and so on. So you being able to hit a quality benchmark by working on something for like 2 months on your own, with like lots of input and references and trying stuff over and over and over again, etc., produces the quality that you've got in your portfolio, but you won't necessarily be able to do that on the job. And 9 times out of 10, when I test people that have very good portfolios, or any portfolio, but very good portfolios, in the constraints of work and the project and all of that, they never seem to perform as well as their personal work. So I only really look at the portfolio as like, well, this is the best that they can do under the conditions that they have set for themselves. But I need to just test their work and see how they do, because a lot of the time it's not the same. Uh, Mickey Myers, thank you for the follow. I wouldn't say bad is the right word to call his older art. It's just a visual representation of skill progression. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I understand what you meant. I don't think he was being nasty or anything. It's a reminder that we keep improving, and looking back and seeing how much we improved. It's such a nice feeling. So keeping it's good too. Yeah, exactly. Just imagine someone is impressed by your art. They would want to know your journey and see how you started. I think it's nice to keep your path visible if it's personally possible. Oh, yeah. Yes, I think the same. It's just what everyone tells you, that you get judged by your worst piece. Sure. I mean, I can imagine someone looking at my ArtStation and being like, what the hell is this? But I would also expect at least some moderate level of like critical thinking to come into it. If someone's like, scroll down here, you know, and let's say they pick this piece, and they're like, oh yeah, okay, there's some stuff that's a bit off here, seems a bit janky and whatnot, but you look here, this is posted 10 years ago. It's like, it's a bit like me, you know, you have to be 18 to get into the nightclub. And I've got your Facebook open, and I look at a picture of you when you were 9 years old, and I'm like, bro, you can't come in. You can't come in, man. Look at you in this photo. You're not old enough, you know. And it's like, well, yeah, because that's 10 years ago. So, yeah, I'd expect a reasonable amount of that. Yeah, I also, when you we're talking about portfolios now, we're in rant time. Just because someone is experienced and understands like their fundamentals well, or is a professional in the field of artwork, pardon me, doesn't necessarily mean that they are able to A, give good feedback, or B, you know, give you good advice on what to do as a portfolio. A lot of people have either forgotten about what it's like to be a beginner, or they are like at an event and they've been put on the spot and asked to look at a portfolio. And like easy things to say to people are, you know, oh yeah, like this older stuff, you shouldn't put this here because you'll be judged by your worst piece. It isn't really, it's not bad advice, but it's not advice either. It's just something easy to say to people if you've been put on the spot, or if you're not really used to critiquing portfolios and being real with people, or giving critiques and so on. Like some people are just, you know, a senior artist, and they're not like an art director, for example. They don't need to feedback anyone's work. They just essentially get told what to do and are expected to deliver a certain quality, but they're not it's not their job really to think critically about someone else's work and try and figure out what the problems are. But if you are, you know, more of a teacher by nature, or you are like an art director, or in a position where you're giving feedback and so on, you can be a bit more nuanced about the feedback you give someone on stuff. So it's not often that I would be like, yeah, you should get rid of this old stuff in here, people are going to judge you by it, etc. Like I'd more talk about what it seems like you don't understand from your portfolio. It might be like, oh, I can see lots of lighting inconsistencies here, you should look at working on these kind of studies. Or it looks like you should do a little bit more research into understanding perspective, or you should go to life drawing, like actual practical things. If the only advice you're getting about your portfolio is don't put old stuff in it, and maybe only have 6 pieces in here because you've got, or the other one is you've got all sorts of stuff in your portfolio here. You've got props, you've got vehicle designs, you've got environments, you know, you've got character artwork. Like I'm finding it difficult to really understand what it is that you do. Like you should specialize or whatever. Those are things that you hear a lot of the time from people who are not necessarily able to give you proper feedback about how to improve the work that you're doing. They just look at the portfolio and are like, I don't really know what to say. So I don't know. There is merit to certain things like that. Like, yes, I would say if you're going to send a portfolio somewhere, probably best don't send them 30 images of all different stuff. Like, specialize. I would also say that I wouldn't necessarily point someone towards your art station and just use that as a portfolio. I would, if you're chatting to people, you know, have a few different versions of your portfolio depending on the people that you're talking to or the kind of job that you're after. if you're looking for like a generalist concept art job in outsourcing, then you should have lots of stuff in your portfolio to show the versatility of things. But if you're just looking to do like splash art, then just send me 5 of your best splash arts, right? I don't need it to see everything else. It's not important. And even then you're still going to get tested, right? I'm not just going to believe your portfolio for the reasons that I don't believe, anyone's portfolio, is that it's done under different circumstances. It's, so there you go. Anyway, it's a good chat. Has anyone else got questions? Let's go. True. A lot of people don't like art tests, but honestly, I'd rather be tested so I can know if I'm actually ready. I understand people don't like art tests, and I think that you should be paid to do art tests. A lot of times, when we test people, for example, you're getting paid for 2 weeks' work, and in those 2 weeks you're being tested, right? But it's real work and you're getting paid for it. I'm not so much a fan of unpaid art tests. I understand that people will do them because, they want the opportunity, and therefore they will do, a couple of weeks working on something unpaid. That's really up to you, right? Personally, I think it's kind of bullshit. But I understand why people would say take that on. So I'm not going to say don't do it, but I certainly wouldn't do an unpaid art test right now. But I think that's why people dislike them, right? Because they're like, I've got to do these 2 weeks of work for free. But yeah, if you're doing a paid art test, then totally fine. I'll happily do a paid art test. And yeah, like I said, very insightful once you get someone who seems to have a good personal work portfolio. You get them on a job and you're like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I see. Because the conditions are different. The conditions are different. The way you work when you don't have any time constraints or anything like that, and the quality that you can produce is different than the stuff that you can produce like on time constraints with feedback and as part of a team. That's just a fact, right? So yeah, I'd always test people. Always. Some people as well seem to thrive a little better when they do have constraints and a deadline. Like there are some people that I've worked with where their initial portfolio that I've seen, I'm like, that's like okay. But then you test them, and when they're actually in the work scenario, they take feedback so well and they learn so quickly that they end up doing better work than what their portfolio has. Because sometimes the portfolio and the fact that they have to structure their own time, and like, they're not really used to sort of art direction or anything like that. They don't have the skills to do that in and of themselves. That they actually do better work at work than they can do personally, because there are certain constraints there that enable them to thrive. Coming up with briefs and like being strict in the art direction and stuff for your own personal work can be quite difficult, and it isn't really a skill that is really taught anywhere. So yeah, for a lot of people, they can thrive more by being in a work environment. Uh, Mickey Myers. Hello, I like this talk. It's rare to find someone on Twitch with industry knowledge. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, first-time chatter. I agree with Mickey. The only people I know who make this kind of content speak Portuguese, so it's not easy for everyone. It's nice to have it in English as well. Thank you, Heath. You're welcome. Yeah, my Portuguese is terrible. Yeah, even as someone where getting into art professionally isn't realistic, I still immensely value his input. You're a sweetheart. Unpaid work in this economy, people do it. People do it. Seems fair. Yeah, because the mindset is different, right? Yeah, it really is. It is. And I have first-hand experience of this, right? When I first started working with Riot on Legends of Runeterra, the work that I was producing at the time, on stream, as it were, was something that I was spending ages on. Like, I was streaming like 8 hours a day for a few weeks working on this splash art piece, and then I was looking at so much reference and artwork and all of this stuff. I was putting a ton of effort into this, right? I started working on Legends of Runeterra, and I got given like 3 illustrations to do. And we had sort of 3 or 4 weeks deadline with interim deadlines where we sort of checked up on, initially the sketching and the coloring and all of that, but then eventually the render and so on. And honestly, I found it so difficult to approach anywhere near the quality that I was able to get in my personal work at the time, that I really, really struggled with that stuff, especially on some of the harder illustrations. The simpler ones, the ones that are on my ArtStation, those ones came out okay, but there was a number of ones that I worked on that I've A, not put my name to, and B, some of them even got redone by other artists later down the line because they just weren't good enough. Yeah, that was a real eye-opener to me. That was something where I was like, damn, I need to like really... The things that I thought I understood, I don't understand as well as I thought, or at least not well enough to be able to perform under the pressure of work. And that stuff really kind of kicked my butt. But it was good. Hey, Mad Concepts, thanks for the follow. But it was good. It was a good wake-up call to have that. But yeah, from then I was like, man, I need to really study and get this stuff locked into my mind so that I don't struggle like this again, because it was a horrible experience. As much as I loved the opportunity, it was really a learning opportunity, and it was a big wake up call. And if I was to do it again, like now, I would have a much easier time and enjoy it a lot more. But it was so stressful back then. What does an art test actually look like? Yeah, so I mean, I can give you an example. An art test, you'd get onboarded onto a project, right? And you'd essentially be working for a couple of weeks on that project. So let's just say you're doing splash art, right? You're doing splash art for a game. In those 2 weeks, you might be given a splash art to work on. Let's say you're more of a render artist, right? You might be given a line work that's already been done by someone else for a splash art that's been approved, and you'll be asked to do like 3 color roughs for that initially, and you'll get some feedback. Maybe that will even get shown to the client. And then you might, for your second week, or like the second half of the first week, be starting to render that, and you probably have some check-ins and so on, and some feedback, etc. And you'd be doing that for a couple of weeks. And that's usually the paid stuff. Whenever I've done a paid art test, you are basically doing the job that you would be doing if you get the job, but you're just doing it for 2 weeks to see, how well you deal with the feedback, what's the quality of the output, etc., and so on. Usually, the unpaid stuff goes something like you're making an illustration or an image or something which they tell you is just for the art test, and so it might be, again, like a character illustration, and usually you're doing something like from start to finish, something like that, or a portion of something like that, and so on. But quite often that stuff is already part of a project and you're just not being told it is. So you're doing free work, not just free work as part of the test, but like it's free work that they're actually maybe going to use, and so on. Yeah, but you say 2 weeks seems like a long time. Yeah, but I mean, if you think about, if you're an illustrator, for example, like most of the work you're going to be doing is going to last a few weeks. Like some of the illustrations that you work on, you might be working on them for, up to a year. I've worked on some illustrations that with feedback and changes and, various rounds of, changes and all that kind of stuff. You could be working on it on and off for easily a year. Amongst others, like you're not just working on one thing. Quite often you got 4 or 5 illustrations going on at any one time, all at various stages, and then some become less priority, some become more priority, etc. Is constantly changing, and you have a big workload. Mad Concepts, yo, welcome. Thanks for the follow. A simulated art test would be a cool exercise for the Discord, I think. Yeah, I used to do that kind of thing in the Discord. We did like a Magic the Gathering competition, basically, where I sort of took everyone through a sort of a process of, if this was a real card art, like, how do we do it? I even got some friends who work for Magic to come on and help give the judging and the final critiques for that a while back. But that would be so cool. Yeah. I did do that. I did do it a little while back, a few years ago. Cool, yo, what's up? But yeah, all that to say that basically your portfolio is just like an initial indication to someone that you have a certain amount of skills, but it isn't like the be all and end all. Like I'd be very anxious about saying yes to hiring someone without testing them, and I would test them with real work and not just like some made up thing. But yeah, I'd be hesitant to do that because you just don't know. And this isn't like I was saying, this isn't a case of like we don't believe it's even their work. That's not really what I'm talking about. It's the ability to do things under certain conditions. And having been there and struggled with it myself, I can see why it's a good idea. What qualities do you look for in an ideal artist to hire? Well, like I said, your portfolio displays a certain amount of skills that you have acquired, but it isn't the be-all and end-all. Mostly, and this would be when it comes to the test more than anything else, is, I'd always have like a conversation with people first to just, do they pass the vibe check? I think basically, if you are easy to get along with, you seem like you're able to take feedback well, and you have a real passion for the job that you're doing. Those are the qualities that I look for. There is a certain amount of skill that people will just learn on the job, especially when it comes to juniors. Like, the best juniors that I have hired myself and or have worked with are juniors that are basically very, very keen to learn, can listen well, and take feedback very well. If they have those qualities, they improve so much, so quickly, over time, that past a certain point, their portfolio doesn't really matter. I have tested people where I look at the portfolio and I'm like, this needs a lot of work, and then I test them and I get them on the job, and they're just so good at adapting and listening that that deficit in skill they make up in 3-6 months, and sometimes even faster. So it's I really just look for people that I know that I can get on with, and that I can see the potential in them, and just through their attitude and the way they talk about their work and so on. Like, you can get a pretty good idea of someone's work ethic by chatting to them about their artwork and just getting them to explain their artwork and so on. And then once you're sort of testing them on the job, you can see how well they respond to feedback, and so on, and also then how well they do after feedback. So did they take the feedback well? Yes. And like, did they actually, make inroads to changing the things that needed changing, and maybe even in some cases brought something new to the table as well, which is also really important. And go from there. So it's much more about personality at a certain point, and you being a fit for the team. Like I said, people tend to learn so much on the job very, very quickly, that as long as they're good to work with, they're not combative, and they're very keen and they love what they're doing. A lot of the time, if someone has their own personal project, right, that they're working on, their own little, personal project or IP or whatever you want to call it, those people tend to be insanely keen and love just the process of whatever they're doing, etc. And because they do it in their own free time as well, because they have like a personal project that they're working on, they tend to be people that are good hires because they are doing it all the time outside of work. They love it. They've got their own thing that they're trying to improve on, and they tend to have a lot of enthusiasm, a good work ethic, and so on. Yeah, you chat to someone. If you're talking to someone and through that process of chatting, you figure out like, oh, this person, they go life drawing twice a week. They've got their own personal project, et cetera, et cetera. All this stuff. You're like, okay, they seem very keen and like got a lot of energy and so on. Kraken AC, thank you for the follow. The artist does sound like a good idea. The Heath School of Art, yeah, I'll open it up. Sign me up. They do it for the love of the game. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. But the vibe check is crucial. You got to pass the vibe check. Some people have really good work, but they're just unable to take feedback very well, and they maybe don't even realize that they're doing it. But I'd always be honest with these people and just be like, listen, you make this difficult. Yeah. Because, again, I was that person early on in my career, where I had, I'd put a lot of time and effort into my skills and so on. And when you do something like that, it kind of gets a bit wrapped up in your personality, right? Your personality becomes like the skills in a way, and you're sort of very wrapped up in that. We all are, I think, as artists, as creative people. We have this. We start to sort of link our personalities in with the skills that we have, and we, at a certain point, we sort of can't separate ourselves from it enough to take feedback. So if someone's telling you that something's wrong or that they want it a different way and you disagree with it, you end up clashing. And I was definitely that person that you would butt heads with when I was a junior. And I didn't take feedback particularly well in the beginning because it was so like linked to my own personality and, my sort of journey as an artist, right? And it was, at a certain point, a bit of a problem. And, it took me knocking heads with, the people that I was working with, and eventually, friends that I worked with and stuff were just like, hey man, you kind of need to, figure this out a little bit because it's holding you back. And, you're lucky right now that you have, a job in this industry, but if, and that you're working with people that are nice and so on, but that you could quite easily, lose a job from being like this because, at the end of the day, it is a job, but taking feedback is part of the job. And again, that was something that really took me a long time to get to grips with. And you really have to sort of drop the ego and be like, yeah, okay, I am part of this problem, and yeah, it's something that I then had to work on quite a bit, but it was quite an eye opener. And I sort of see that sometimes in the kind of younger people into the industry. I don't mean young in age, I just mean like in experience, right? Where I'd speak to them at an event or something and I'll be like, God damn, I would not work with this person. They have great portfolio, but they seem insufferable. Like they're not going to be able to take feedback well. They've got such a big opinion of themselves and so on. They're going to struggle on a job where there isn't necessarily a lot of niceties as well. And I don't mean people are horrible about feedback, but what I mean is it's a job and there are short deadlines a lot of the time. Okay. Not crazy short, but they are short. And there's sometimes isn't enough room in that to be anything other than direct about what you need and when you need it. So I don't have time to sit there and like sugarcoat all the words that I'm saying to get something out of you. I basically am going to come to you with a list of things that I need changed, and and that's it. And maybe if the client has mentioned something, you know, there's going to be a bit of like, oh, well done, like this bit that you did, excellent, they love that, etc. But I'm not there isn't time, and I'm not there to like hold your hand and sort of sugarcoat what's being needed, you know. And I think you have to sort of learn that it's not personal at this point. It's just there's so much that needs doing, and if I can just explain a list of things to you in 5 minutes, that's going to be much more beneficial for me than a 20-minute conversation about how maybe it's suggested that you could maybe like change this bit if you didn't mind. I'm just going to be like, yo, we got to move the head. The lighting on the hair's a little bit off. We need to move that over here. We want some more warm tones. Can you figure out how to do this part? You know, they don't like the current version. Cool. Are you good with that? Are any questions? No? All right then, let's go. You know, that's how the conversation goes. For some people though, that's a bit too much, right? That's too much, like they need a bit more ego stroking and hand holding and so on. And if I've got 6 people on a team that are like that, we'll never get anything done, and it is going to be the slowest work progress ever. So sometimes you just gotta realize that you're part of a car, you're part of a machine, right? There are bigger things going on. You just gotta suck it up a little bit. I need therapy. Thank you for the follow. Gotta look because of a work meeting, but I'll be on if you're still here after. Nice one, Danny. Catch you in a bit. Where are good places to look for illustration work? If I knew. Honestly, like it depends on the kind of illustration that you're into. You know, there's illustration work in lots of different areas: video games, book covers, trading card games, like indie projects, board games, like to everywhere, right? So, and there are communities for these things, and so on. If it's like board game stuff or trading card games, like look up the games, figure out who's publishing them, send your portfolio to them, try and find artists that are working on projects that you already like, and then you can speak to those artists and try and get information off of them, etc. Yeah, you just got to do a bit of research, bud. Okay, but have you ever had some asshat give you shit feedback? Yeah, I've been given some bad feedback before, or feedback that I don't agree with, but 9 times out of 10, again, I mean, when you say shit feedback, I don't necessarily know what you mean by that, but if you mean by feedback that you don't agree with because of some technical reason or whatever, that's fine, I guess. But yeah, you got to understand at a certain point, if you are like an illustrator on a project, you're not going to be privy to all of the information that like the art director or the, you know, whoever's giving you the feedback has. So, you know, I work on an illustration, but, you know, the creative director of the company is looking at it, and so are the marketing department, and then gameplay are also looking at it, and so on and so forth. And all of the different agendas and needs of like what needs to go into that illustration, I'm not necessarily privy to. So they might be like, hey, we're making this person's hair red, right? Now, I might be looking at it from my illustration standpoint, and I'm like, man, red's such a bad color for this because, the light is this color and blah, 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 and all of this. But, for example, it might have to be red because that's what the character design is, or it's got to be red for this other reason, or, this color can't be used here. All these things that I might not necessarily know about. And at the end of the day, as the illustrator, it isn't up to me to know these things, right? And I'm just someone else's pencil, right? So my input is valid to a certain point, but also I'm not privy to all of the information, so I don't necessarily know every single thing that is going on and why those things are. And just because I disagree with a piece of information doesn't necessarily mean it is wrong for the project. And that's where the ego comes into it, right? Sometimes I'll get some feedback that I don't necessarily agree with, but once I do find out all the information about what's going on, I realize like, okay, I get where this is coming from. This needed to be like this for this reason, and so on and so forth. I think having the ego about it in the first place is where you're going to come unstuck a lot of the time. You can disagree with things for sure, but I think you got to be careful about what you call out and when you call it out, and sometimes realize that there are certain decisions that are getting made that you do not have influence over because you're just the illustrator. So yeah, I guess maybe that helps. Had a concept art colleague that was pretty skilled. Whenever he got feedback, he act like taking it. Whenever he got feedback, he act like taking it well, but in his work, you saw just his own vision again. That had nothing to do with the feedback. He thought he knew it all. Was costing him his job, even though he was pretty skilled. Yeah. I've seen this a fair bit. Sometimes people can make all the right noises about getting feedback, but not actually action it. That is very frustrating, and that very quickly will, that can very quickly lead to you losing a job. Something like that. It's you got to do what you're asked to do. Now there's room to make suggestions on things. Sometimes if there has been something where I'm like, oh man, I think this would actually be better a different way, I will do the version that I have been asked to do to the quality I've been asked to do it. But, I would sometimes make a suggestion to my, this is when I wasn't an art director. I would make suggestions to my art director, like, hey, I've got this second version that I did a quick sketch of. Like, what do you think? Does this work? And sometimes they would be like, yeah, no, we're not doing it for these reasons. And they'll tell me the reason, X, Y, Z. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I actually didn't understand that. Or they'll be like, hey, this is all right. Okay, I'm going to use this. I'll take this into the meeting and I'll suggest this as a potential new direction, like that. Doing things like that is much better than not doing the feedback, even if you disagree with it, or doing your own thing instead and just presenting that. At the end of the day, you might not like it, right? But if you're at the sort of regular level, as in like you're not a junior, you just, or even if you're a junior, but you're just at the regular level, you're not a senior, you're not a principal or a lead. Like you are a pencil, right? So you just do the things you're asked to do, and where possible, try and make your suggestions, but do it in a way that isn't disruptive or taking up time that you should have been working on the thing that you were asked to do. This is the ego thing I was talking about, which I definitely had much earlier on. which managed to shake off eventually. I would imagine it can also come from a point of the artist not respecting the AD art skills wise, like who are you to teach me kind of attitude. Yeah, for real. There is that. I don't think it's very productive to compare your own. Hang on one sec. I just got to close the door. Yeah, I don't think it's very productive to like compare your own work to the work of say like the art director and be like, well, I mean, I can draw better than they can, so what, why should I listen to their critique? Because that's not what it's about. Art direction is a different skill. Okay, you can be an art director and have had no drawing experience. Do you know what I mean? It's a different skill altogether. It is something that is much more to do with understanding like the vision of a project. It's much more to do with being able to manage people and expectations and so on. It is a different role that, although yes, if you are an illustrator and then you become an art director for illustration, that can help, but it isn't the only way that you can become an art director for something like that. And like I said, it isn't entirely necessary for the art director to have those skills to be able to give feedback. Like, feedback is relevant from many different sources. And just to be like, well, I can draw better than them, so therefore their feedback doesn't make any sense. That argument doesn't really make sense, especially in the work context. So yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. But you do come across that a lot. But it tends to be beginners, well, I'd say like juniors and regulars that can fall into this trap. They look at who's giving them feedback, and that's because they're taking everything personally, which is the one thing that you shouldn't do, is to take the feedback personally, because it's nothing to do with you. At the end of the day, certain things need to be a certain way, and you're just being asked to do it, and you're there to do it. Like, it's nothing to take personally. Now, if someone's like being actually mean, like there isn't any feedback in there and they're just being mean and not critical about what's being said or asked for, that's different. I'm not talking about you should just take someone being awful to you. But it's unproductive to compare skills of the art director to your own, for example, and use that as the basis of like, well, I'm not going to listen to them. That's immature. And yeah, that kind of shit will lose you a job so quickly, especially if you're freelance, especially if you're like being tested on something. If you do something like that in the first couple of weeks you're being tested on, you see you later, Vibe check not passed. I remember one case I was working on a film and the feedback kept leading the concept for the VFX in a dark and evil direction, and we all knew that this effect was for a good character. Well, in the end, the film came out and that character had secretly been evil the whole time. At that point, it all made sense. Really made me step back and go, damn, I was a problem there. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's a great example. Like, you are not privy to the context in which lots of decisions get made above you. So something might seem out of pocket or does not to make sense, but you are looking at, a jigsaw puzzle with pieces missing and trying to imagine what the rest of the picture looks like. And that isn't your job. Okay? Some people just get kind of stuck in this thing that They're like somehow the main character, and it's not the case. And like, just do the thing you've been asked to do. If you do the thing that you've been asked to do as well, and you're good at delivering what's been asked of you, and so on, you're more likely going to get asked your opinion to do other things and input, you know? If you're really vocal and annoying and question every single piece of feedback and so on, I'm unlikely to ask you about your opinion on anything. And like, I know I work in a team, right? And everyone on that team is someone that I've picked to work with. And because of that, and because of, you know, everyone's work ethic and input, it is a very sort of horizontal structure, if you like, when it comes to feedback. Like, I value everyone's opinion in the group because they also respect when I need to be pull rank and go, hey guys, sorry, like, I'm cutting this conversation short. It needs to be like this, and there isn't really a budge on it. You know, this is what's coming down from above, and you know, I appreciate everyone's input on this, but actually this has got to be like this. And so on. I can't remember where I was going with that, but yeah. So yeah, get wrecked. But yeah, so how can you kind of be that person that is likely to get hired? And I think you just need to look at, I guess, your own way that you take feedback, and maybe even seek out feedback from people, and just learn to deal with what comes back. Got to remember too that, for example, if I need an illustration to read well, okay, I need someone to look at the illustration and I need them to look in a certain position first, right? The best person for me to ask about that is generally like my mum, okay? Someone who has no skin in the game when it comes to illustration, and someone that, you know, doesn't know how to illustrate, or even the technical terms for anything in the picture. If I can ask my mum, like, hey, what do you think's going on in this illustration? And if she can tell me what she thinks is happening in the illustration and it matches up with what I've done, then I know that it works. And that is someone that has zero drawing experience or anything like that. And that feedback is way more valid than if I was asking like one of you guys in that sense, because you guys have a certain understanding of things already, and you have a certain like knowledge base, and you can probably interpret from, you know, what I'm trying to do in a picture, what the point of the picture is. And therefore that information, that feedback is kind of biased in a way. It's coming from a position of knowledge, and that's the antithesis of what I'm looking for when I'm asking, is this readable? Do you understand what's going on? Okay. And that maybe sort of helps to put into context like why it is kind of silly to disregard someone's feedback based on their own skill in a particular area. The readability of the image, if it can be read, the point of it, the focal point or whatever, can be understood by someone who has no technical understanding of this stuff, then that the job has been done right, you know? And therefore I shouldn't discount that feedback from that person just because of their perceived skill level in a thing. And this also happens that, you know, well, yeah, you know what I'm saying. True, I like to ask my non-artist friends for their feedback because they will tell me what's off. They don't know exactly what it is. They just point it out and then I know exactly what they mean. Yeah, exactly. Mad concepts. I don't know why people hate feedback. If I actually want to make something good, I would gladly hear what 1,000 people have to say and make changes, even if it's small. Especially if I'm looking at it for weeks at a time. I'm going to go blind to the image. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, like I said, that feedback, while it might not necessarily be worded in a way that is like, you know, technical or anything like that, there is merit to be taken from what, like Peekaboo said, someone just going, it's off. I don't know what's up, but something's off about it. Like, filter that through your mind of someone who knows, you know, what technically some things could be wrong and so on. And someone says, yeah, their face is off. That's highlighted to you that there is some problem there. Now, whether that is the values, whether that is the fact that you've drawn them cross-eyed or the perspective of their nose is off, like that's for you to figure out. But that feedback is still very valid from that person. And there are some things in feedback where technically you're like, okay, that does make sense, but I've chosen to do something this way for a different reason, and therefore, you know, I'm going to, you know, politely decline on actioning that piece of feedback. So, for example, the forearm of this, right? It's very long, okay? But I want this kind of witch to feel very otherworldly and like uncanny, right? So that's something where I'm like, okay, that is a valid piece of feedback, but it is not something that I'll be changing here because I have reasons for it to be a certain way. And that's also fine. We need to paint for the non-artists in a way, because if they can read the message, it means we nailed the concept exactly. Drawing blind is so real. I work on technical drawings all day, and it gets several stages of review and comments from everyone. You get used to feedback real quick. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you need to. It's a big part of the job. It's the biggest part of it. I've realized something about this. This needs to be like here. Yeah. Yeah, and I believe that everyone does believe that they take feedback well, but then maybe you've never had like direct kind of production feedback. You really don't know until you get it, you know. unhinged oxygen. Hi. Hello. But yeah, sorry, I didn't. Maybe that came across as a bit of a rant about feedback, but it wasn't meant to be. Alex P97 Rin, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'd much rather be told straight up in one sentence the things that need to be like this than talk around everything like you mentioned, where you could maybe do something about this, then maybe that, etc. Because in that case, we're going to go back and forth with vague feedback until eventually you just say what you wanted in the first place. Yeah, or it's vague because in an attempt to be polite, but it means that you walk away from it still not really understanding what it is that need changing. What needs changing, and then it's more time wasted, and so on. There's just no time to sugarcoat it. But that isn't an excuse for being rude. Like that, there's the difference. I think people think that when I say that, I mean, oh, I'm just going to be rude about it. It's not what I mean. But I guess some people would like a conversation about it, and sometimes there just isn't the time to be having a conversation about it. When there is, I'll talk about it, but for the most part, it's like, hey, I've got 20 minutes to talk to 5 of you, right? And this is the feedback. And, the client tells me directly what they need. They're like, hey, I don't like this bit. It's not working. Can we figure out a different way for this? We need to change the color on the hair. I don't like it. This bit looks weird. Can we figure that out? And so on. Then I take that away and I'm like, okay, let me figure out the specifics. So the problem they're having with this part is that it's out of perspective. The color on the hair, they'd prefer it to be a little bit warmer. The base color of this character's hair is warmer in general. So let's make sure that comes through, even though the lighting would make it, the way you've done it. They would like this to show through, and so on. And then the feedback that gets given to the artist is like, okay, the perspective is off here. We need to change the hair color to be this. Well done on this bit. And yeah, finally, we don't have a solution for this right now, but I'd like a different version for this part, please, because they're unhappy with the way that it currently looks. I think this might be in relation to the way the hand is holding it or something like that. All right. Any questions? No? Cool. Off you go. It's like that. Now, for some people, that's too direct and impolite, and I can't help you. Separating work from personal art helps as well. I'm not emotionally invested in my job work in the way that my feelings get hurt by getting feedback. Yeah, for real. I understand that. Behave however you want with your personal work, You can be a butthurt Barry all you like about personal work. Like it's not going to make you nice to be around, but you can be like that. It's your own personal work, isn't it? Yeah, I understand your POV. The Witch changed a lot since past stream, way scarier now. Yeah, well, having a little break from it was good because I was thinking about it and I opened it up again and I was actually like, do you know what? She doesn't feel like a final boss, you know? She feels like just kind of a statue. And I wanted her to feel a little bit more, you know, like a formidable opponent that had been bested, at least for now, in battle. So at least now she feels a little bit more like otherworldly. Okay, I'm just going to quickly pop to the bathroom and I'll be right back to try and see if we can pull this together. Do you actually by any chance offer feedback for illustrations? It's a good thing you asked that, and I will give you a very clear answer on that in a couple of minutes. I'm just going to pop to the bathroom. Hey, yo, what's up? Okay, yeah, so do you actually offer the chance for feedback on illustrations? It is timing on your part that you've asked that. Tomorrow's stream, that's exactly what we're doing. So if you join the Discord, which is linked on the About section of the Twitch page, and you drop a illustration into the crits channel, I'm going to take those tomorrow and do critiques and paintovers. I'll only be doing one per person, and they're also on a first come first serve basis. So let's have a quick look how many I currently have for tomorrow. I think I said I would do about 8. Fucking Discord won't open. Do it on my phone for a sec. Professional. Okay. So I've got two in my mentor Discord, and yes, one from Mr. Frills. So yeah, there's plenty of space open for some more. For critiques. So drop it in the Critical Crits Thinking channel, and I will get to it tomorrow. What I will do as well is as Dan has so nicely put here, there's the YouTube link. So the stream for tomorrow will be also on that playlist. And any paint over that I do tomorrow, I will save the PSD for, and I will make a link for people to download those PSDs. So you can get that feedback immediately. So there you go. Yeah, you came just in time. GAIT. The book How to Make Friends and Influence People really helped me understand how to talk to people and also receive feedback. Yeah, cool. Cool. Basically, what it boils down to is just don't be a dick, which is extremely difficult for some people, it seems. But it is. It's the only way. Yeah, just don't be a dick. But even that concept is a bit too much for some people, you know. And listen, you can't see it here because it's on the tower of my PC, but I'll just take a picture of it. And then I'll show you. This is quite literally on the front of my PC tower, right? Don't be a dick. There's a reminder to myself. Very simple mantra. Sorry. I've missed this comment on YouTube. I don't know when it came in. Art of Kagla Yajit. Can you show whole frame? If you're still there, do you mean the whole picture? Is that what you mean? Because here it is. You trying to copy my picture, bro? Streaming the same time tomorrow? I am streaming 11 a.m. till 3 p.m. UK time tomorrow. So exactly the same time that I started stream today. Yeah, this week has been a little different to the usual schedule, just because I had various things on this week. But yeah, that's why I was streaming tomorrow. I'd just like to add that the stream will be moving to a different schedule from next week onwards. Hey, Mickey Myers, thank you for the follow, for the sub. That is much appreciated. Welcome to a very exclusive small gang. But yeah, much appreciated. Thank you. That is very kind of you. Do I do feedback sessions often? So yeah, since I've been back streaming, we did one a few weeks ago. I would say maybe even a month ago. My aim would be to try and do one every month. Let people work on the stuff that they were working on and so on. And that's something I aim to do. But yeah, there's potentially going to be some more updates on that stuff when it comes to feedback and so on. So watch this space. Amazing, yes. Everyone needs a "Don't be a dick" sticker. Stick it on your computer. remind yourself to behave. But as with most things, it's nice to be nice, right? Just don't be a dick. Realize what's going on. You're not the main character. And just get your shit together. It's going to be alright. It's going to be alright, guys. Okay, using a lighten layer here to just basically correct my values a little bit. Sort the darks out across the image. Because of the recent thing I've made, I feel like I already mostly know what I can improve on it, and I'm also not the most proud of it, especially vibrancy wise, but I would love to get feedback maybe in the future on a different drawing. Yeah, cool. I'm open to giving feedback. I like giving feedback. I will also try with the feedback as well. You'll know this if you were here last time, but I will try and sort of not just say, oh, this is bad, but actually sort of show you, or at least the concept of, what it is that you need to improve on. So I try and mix in a bit of like tutorials, if you like, along with the feedback so that everyone can learn from it. It's not just specific to the thing that you've done, but more so like, this is the concept of what it is that I think needs looking at, and this is how we can sort of study and work on that kind of stuff. Am I okay to post a goopy painting for feedback? I do a lot of horror body art. This one is more just goop. Listen, it's fine. It's fine by me. As long as I can show it on Twitch, I don't mind. This is fine. I've drawn skinned people and have yet to be banned. Okay, Jesus. What have we got here? Super intrigued to know what this is now. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit over the end of the stream today, because I'm very close to kind of being what I would deem the end of this picture in terms of how much I'm actually going to put effort into it. So I'll go over a little bit just to kind of finish it, as it were. I'm quite into these kind of like sketch paintings as of late. I don't need to like go into tons and tons of detail. The main concept, well, I guess it's a bit more like concept art. The main concept is there. And I'll be revisiting some of these, no doubt. I got a few from the streams that I want to kind of revisit with a little bit more thought into them. Dust. Dust. For me, with that drawing, the main issue I had, I feel like that was on my laptop screen. It looks a lot brighter and more saturated on other screens, so it looks very dark. And now on other screens like my phone, but I can put it in the Discord so you can give me feedback on it. But if you have time left, feel pretty bad if someone else didn't. No. There's definitely space tomorrow on the feedback, so don't you worry about it. Oxygen, I will get to look at yours. Like I said, it's first come, first serve, so. And yeah, the critique stream is a fun one. Got mine in there. It's 10 a.m. for me. I have to kick myself awake tomorrow to hang out and hear everyone's critique. But just in case, I'll follow the YouTube stuff as thing. Hey, no worries. I can always make sure that I do yours like last or later on in the stream as well. So I should remember. So you won't be the first one. You know what? I found another artwork where I could use feedback, so I'll put that one in the Discord. Okay, nice. Yo, Danny's back. Snake Ring Danny back. Slither, slither. Okay, where are we at? We're still in time. We're still in time. But yeah, this is a another little kind of concept environment piece. Not bad for about 7 hours or so. For tomorrow, do you mind if I put in 2 photos? It's the same art piece, but I got into one thing and was kind of hating it, so I did a rough resketch of the composition. I'd love to get feedback on that because I feel like I'm lacking spirit direction for it. Sure thing. Like I said, if I end up with like a ton of pieces, then I can really only do one, but I'll see. Don't worry, we'll get to it. Thank you. Hey, for you, Danny. No problem. No problem. Yeah, don't worry. I'm sure there's plenty of time for me to get around to everything that we've got. So don't worry about it. It's free real estate. Really want to kind of vignette this a little bit more. Let's get a noisy airbrush. Gracias, Blade Master. Tomorrow we study the blade. exactly. Do I eat 1 week old tacos, 1 week old pizza, or breakfast for breakfast? Pizza for sure. This isn't health advice. I can't be responsible for what happens to you, but definitely eat pizza. Okay, filter, noise, add noise, uniform, 26%. Let's go. Overlay. Filter. Blur. Gaussian blur. 2%. Fill. 48%. Boom. Wild idea here. Breakfast. Okay. What if I add that I ate some of the pizza last night for dinner also? Does that change the opinion? Nah, man. I'd be doing it. I'd be doing that for sure. That's right from the playbook. All right. So, yeah, this is about where I'm going to take this one for now. I might revisit it, or the idea I might revisit later on. But this is... yeah, I'm feeling okay about it. So... yeah, not bad. But the question is, should I go for a run, or do you think it's going to kill me? Still, I feel a little bit under the weather, right? But then I should run. I should do a run. So maybe I just do it. I just stop being a wimp and just go run. Yeah. I'm gonna cycle home, and then I'm gonna go for a run. It's quite nice, like really desaturated. Go run because your enemies don't get weaker just because you take a break. All right. I do need to run. I gotta get fit for the tournament. We got our paintball tournament coming up at the end of next month, and I need to be ready to rock. Need to be ready to rock. And you're right. The ops aren't taking a day off, so I won't either. You run, I'll eat week-old pizza. Go team. Yeah, exactly. See? Destroy your enemies. Exactly. I need all the energy I can get to dive on the floor, you know? All right, beautiful, beautiful. All right, sorry, I'm just musing on this picture, but my definition of CQB is just flashbang and then spray and paint. Well, it's a bit. There's no flashbangs in tournament paintball. Unfortunately, it would be fun. Not legally, you mean? No, exactly. Yeah, listen, you don't need a flashbang to flashbang as long as you got something shocking going on. Works the same way. All right. So that's us. There's a horrible warm up dagger from today. And yeah, then this kind of sketch painting, which we're gonna call Dunzo for now. And tomorrow, critique stream. So bring your notebook, bring your snacks, bring a good attitude, and we'll get into some critiques for everyone. And we will indeed study thy blade tomorrow. And if I've got a bit of time as well, I'll go into talking about cast shadows. I mentioned that I was going to do a little bit of a tutorial on that. The variables that affect cast shadows and like how to understand where to use a sharp edge, a soft edge, etc., and so on. All right. So thanks again, everyone. It's been a pleasure. Catch the beginning of the episode or any of the other episodes that you've missed. The 24 previous episodes on the YouTube. And yeah, I'll catch you tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Have a good one. Don't be a dick. And take care.